Hey guys, ILene Vick here for Teaching Adult Coloring with ILene Vick. It is Friday, July 2nd. Let's get that in focus. Friday, July 2nd at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. And I am live. Good to see everybody. Love you guys. Welcome to all my Facebook peeps who are coming in. Good to see ya. Come on in to chat. Come on in just to watch for some company. That's what we do here. And welcome to all my lurkers who just happen to watch and don't really chat, but that's okay too. Zoom out. Good to see everybody. And welcome to all my YouTube peeps as well. I'm glad you guys can watch on YouTube. All right. Hi, Ash. Yeah, between my storms and you getting booted, it's a struggle tonight. Good to see everybody. Sandra, hello. Our Canadian group is coming in. Yay! Sandra, I feel like it's been ages since we've seen you. Good to see everybody. Oh, Canada. Da, 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 dum. Oh. Zoom out. All right. Well, let's get moving on this. I don't have any announcements at the moment. We're quiet on contests at the moment. Yeah, we had some really bad weather yesterday, so who knows? We'll see who can get in here tonight. Just come on in and curl up and watch and laugh and chat. How's my sound tonight, guys? All right, so what I wanted to show you, I just got this book in today. I think it's going to be a cool book. It's called Masquerade by Black River Art. Sandra says, lots on her plate these days, spending time with my granddaughter and trying to declutter. Well, I'm glad you can make it, Sandra. Gosh, we miss you. All right. So obviously this is a grayscale book. But I really wanted to show you this because the masks in it are absolutely beautiful. Well, Sandra, just keep in touch every once in a while, would you please? So I'm going to show you this book real quick. You didn't miss much, Rhonda. We were greeting each other. Good to see you, Rhonda. This book is called Masquerade by Black River Art. Love this picture. And I really love the masks in it. So we can have a lot of fun with that. Look at that one. So I'm not going to do I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I just want to show you this book that we have. Look at that. The mask is on her shoulder. That's different. And welcome to everybody who's come in. So it's a beautiful little book. It's in our library now. I purchased it for the group. There's something about masks. I don't know what it is, but... And this background would be absolutely fun to do with chalks. Good stuff to do. And I just like looking at the pictures too. Kathy, hello. I swear every other page is turned sideways. That's all right. That's a cute mask. Now again, don't worry about this black, right? I've talked a lot about that. And this one would probably be a really good one for me to do a starter on. I'm not doing them tonight. Hold on, let me just break the spine here. There we go. Thank you. Hello, Sarah. So this is called Masquerade by Black River Art. Cool pieces to do. Oh no, I like how that's being held. Look at that. So there you go, see? Love it, love it, love it, love it. And again, like I said, if you don't like grayscale, look at it for the art, guys. Beautiful stuff. I believe this is the cover. Yes, it is. There you go. That's the cover picture. All right, let me work on this spine a little bit. There we go. Sorry to hear you had a rough day, Sarah. And as my regulars in my group have learned, you don't have to be intimidated by grayscale at all. We could work gelatos on this as well too. Okay, and these are, so now we're getting into repeats, right? Let me double check. I could have sworn I saw that one. I'm lost in my own book, guys. Let's see, hold on. Let me double check. Yeah. Okay, so you get 2 pages, guys. Rhonda says she likes grayscale now because it helps her with shading. Okay, so that's the book. We now have it. I picked it up today. 7/2/21 from ILene. So now we've got this in our library. Cool. Okay. So, for all of you people that are roasting and melting from the humidity, I'm going to do A picture from Winter Wonderland. This is from Creative Haven. Fun book. I've flipped through this before. Oh, somebody likes that. I'm getting a thumbs on. Ashley says, ooh, me too, me too. So I'm going to show you some different techniques. And I think you'll have fun with it. Okay. So I've got not one, but two pictures. And periodically I ask you guys this, do you prefer, oh, Kathy has this book and she loves it. Okay, good. Good, good, good. So I'll ask this question again. These are the two I'm going to be working on. And there are different things I want to show you. But I will ask the question, and I would appreciate, let me know, do you guys prefer that I finish pages on camera? Or do you just want me to do bits and pieces of stuff? I need to hear from you what you guys want. Kathy says she's ready. Ready, ready, ready. All right, so I've got my gray pens. It is Winter Wonderland by Creative Haven. So Clarissa, hi Clarissa, says she wants me to finish pieces. Let me know, guys. I have to hear from you. Sarah says she loves both ways. Okay. Rhonda says finish. Besides, we get to chat and it's fun. All right. And while I'm thinking about it, there are two things. Kathy says finish. Okay. And as soon as I remember what I was going to tell you, I'll tell you. All right. Different techniques are like, different techniques are what I like to learn, says Sandra. I do like to see a piece to completion. Okay, fine. I'll do that. Okay, so you guys know that this is chopped off. And this is going to be a little bit awkward because we have a fixed border. So what I'm going to do, zoom in. Well, and you know that on a piece I always like to show you different techniques as it is. So what I'm going to do, I've got these gray pens, right? And they're Gelatos. And I gotta tell you guys, it's really funny because, so Sarah says, I love sometimes having long lives with you and others sometimes, excuse me, 1 hour. Okay. Well, I'm always gonna go to 3 because I want to be here for people that need the company. And a lot of times people use this time to chat or not to chat, well, to chat, but also to color their own projects, which is fine. And then they listen to what I'm showing them. Okay. Now, if you're not confident doing this, in pen, start with pencil. And as I started to say, as I've done this, I get into the technique as to the way that the artist is doing their pages. Well, you're welcome, Sarah. I'm glad to be here for you. Rhonda, glad to be here for you. So what I'm doing is I'm filling out this tree. And this is the type of thing I don't want you to be afraid to do. Okay? You can get gelato pens, which is what these are, in different shades of gray. I bought a set of these that were, how many? 5. Okay, Kathy, yep. Kathy, love this group. It really helped to get me through the pandemic. Okay. Tomorrow and Sunday, I'll be friends who are like family. This group is my new family. Yep. I am tickled to hear that, guys. And you know that I don't want to hear you say, well, I can't, when I'm showing you stuff. Yes, you can. I've had people tell me that the people on this group are more dependable as friends than sometimes what their friends are. Everybody see how I'm just squiggling this now? Yes, ma'am. Ashley, regular time on the 4th? Yes. I will be here. I am here 365 days of the year, and I am here on holidays. Zoom in. I was just going to zoom in. All right. So what I'm doing is I'm just following the general layout of the tree, and I want you to notice that really all the artist did was squiggle. Drew a line, drew squiggles. And it's so fun to see their different styles in here and see eventually what they did. Oh, cool. You got your friends? Cool. I'm glad you guys are going to have a great 4th. That's wonderful. Everybody see how I'm doing this? I mean, it is ridiculously easy. And if you're not sure how to do it in pencil first. Okay? I don't know if this is a Teresa Goodridge book or not. Let me look and see. Yes, it is. Teresa Goodridge. Okay, everybody see how I put this tree together? I forgot to put in ornaments, but no biggie. I'll put one down here. Zoom out. Okay, now we're having a little fun with this because it's gonna end up being a dimensional piece. That's what I want you to see. Zoom in. All right, so this box right here, so there's the rest of the box right there. And I'll put a little star on it to make it look like it was part of it. And these stars are so ridiculously easy. Listen guys, if you do this, you're gonna learn how to draw little cute add-ons to your piece. Hold on, I'm looking for something. And this is why I keep telling you to get comfortable to draw this stuff. Because once you draw it on one piece, you'll be drawing it on others. Okay, I can't find my protractor, so I'm going to use this. So the corner of this box is coming down here. So I'm going to draw this line like that. There we go. Everybody see how I'm doing that? And then I'll make a little star doohickey. And this is all Teresa is doing, is she's just making these little wiggle lines. You guys get it? See what I'm doing? All right, so I'm going to do a parallel line roughly. And then I've got these ribbon lines, so I'll bring that down. So that comes about there, that'll be hidden. Boom. Everybody see that? So now I'll make another little star. And I'll make another one here. And now look, detail. I'll make part of a star here so that it looks like it's coming off the edge. Isn't that cool? Zoom out. Zoom out. Let me fix this one line. And again, if you're not sure, do it in pencil and then go back over it with ink. Now, I'm not going to do, I may change my mind, we'll see, the floorboards. I'm going to sit tight on that for a minute until I decide, because it looks kind of cool with this package just coming off the edge. So I'm going to pop up here. And this is what I mean, guys. If you're working on something like this, zoom in, zoom in, and you're not sure about something, then wait. Everybody see how I'm building that? Now, I let my pen wiggle because this is a string. This one I can go a little straighter on. Zoom out. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. Okay. And then I'm going to add the streaks in my mirror. Thank you, Rhonda, Ashley. God has blessed me. Zoom in. And like I said, after a while, you'll take on the characteristics of the artist. Oops, smeared that a little bit. Make sure your ink is dry. I hate that when I do that. And what's really bad is I tell you guys to do it, and then what do? I turn around and I smear my ink. There we go. All right. Now, you see these little curly Q things, okay? So what you'll see me do a lot of times is you'll see me like shadow the shape. And what I'm doing is I'm just getting my hand comfortable with what I need to do. See? Look how I did that. And I'll just add a little double line here like she did. You guys see how easy this is? I'm going to put my paper towel on this. Okay, so same thing here. Is I'll come around and go up like this. And I'll break the line. Look at that. Zoom out. Zoom out. Now tell me, could you tell that that Teresa didn't put that extension there? Zoom in. What do you guys think of this? Zoom out. Okay. Now, I actually probably could have gone with a darker pen. No big deal. It's not going to make that big of a difference. Let me grab a different pen. And let's go ahead and extend this chair. Questions, comments so far? Okay, now we've got the dog here. Let's see. Zoom in. So we can get away with that because the dog is curled up. Again, I am not an artist. Zoom in. Hi, Amy. And again, I'm matching Teresa's style. Zoom out. Zoom out. And what I can also do is just add another round portion here for the dog. Probably the tail. Oh yeah, that looks better. Hi, Rita. And I'm just checking out my piece to see if there's any more that I want to do with this. Okay. Well, 6 of one, half a dozen of another on this floor. Whether you want to continue the floorboards out or not. I'm going to go ahead and do that. Zoom in. Zoom in. And all I'm doing here is just extending the lines. Oops, and I forgot this bottom of the couch. Hold on. There we go. And then I'm going to add an extra line here. There we go. All right, and let's do this. And then I'm going to guesstimate where the other floorboards are. Hi, Helen. Let's see where we are here. And then I'm going to add a couple lines by my tree. Zoom out. Zoom out. Voila. So now we've got a little dimension going on here. And now what I'm going to do is add the squiggles here. Oh, Helen, you got a flat pack garden furniture, meaning it wasn't assembled, but can't put it together. So luckily your brother-in-law and sister are going to come and do it. Yay! All right, everybody see how I'm adding zoom in? Zoom in. How I'm adding the squiggles now on my floorboards. Gonna add a couple of here. Yeah, Helen, you could draw it, you just can't build it. Oh, that is funny. That's kind of like me. I can't draw it, but I can color it. Zoom out. Oh, it's very heavy on top of that. Not even in the first box, the instructions and all the bolts, nuts, yeah. And you gave up. I get it. Okay. What do you guys think? Now, the only thing that I would change here is just go back really quick and darken up the initial Christmas tree lines that I put in. So I'm just darkening up the weight now. Well, what I did, Helen, is nothing was drawn past this line here that's bordering. And so I added all of this. And again, guys, if you're wary of doing it, use pencil and then go over it with pen. Anybody have any questions about how to do this? Clever, ILene, but can you put furniture together? Heck no. Now, guys, since I've got double lines over here because I went, over this twice, I need to go on the left-hand side now and bulk this up a little bit, okay? So I'm just going to take a little bit here, zoom in, zoom in. I'm just going to take a couple seconds here, and inside the branches that Teresa drew, I'm just squiggling in extra lines, which actually I think look better anyway. And now that matches what the correction I had to do over here. And that's what I'm saying, guys. There's 99.9% of the time, there is a correction for what you're doing, right? So since I goofed over here, I'm making this left side match my goof, which actually looks better. Oh my. I'm really not talking in circles, guys. Does that make sense? Oh, I can sneak in a couple of round ornaments as well. Here we go. I really, really want you to see this, guys. Zoom out. What do you think about what I'm doing? Zoom out. And that looks better. I'm actually having to bulk this up a little bit too now. I'm just double lining it, that's all I'm doing. Well, Helen, isn't it nice now that you can have your family come over and help you? Okay, guys, give me feedback on this. What do you think of the concept of me doing this? Okay. Now, if there's anything else that you want to fix on here or play with or tinker with, you can. Now, zoom in. Zoom in. And again, if you're not 100% sure, do it in pencil first. All right. So Rhonda says, love it, found on my current picture. I need softer lines to match the picture. So I'm using dry watercolor pencils and it's working great. Yes. Okay. So let's look at this fire a little bit. And again, after a while, you can see how Teresa drew her stuff. I mean, honestly, she just squiggled a lot of this stuff in. Right? So I want to define these flames a little more. Everybody see how I'm doing that? I mean, look. See, she just did this squiggle up here. We can do better. Everybody see how I'm filling that in now? Questions? Oh my gosh, guys, much better. Look at this. See that? You guys are awfully quiet. Okay, and down here we've got ash. So I'm just going to put a few dots on there. I feel like I'm speaking loudly. Am I loud? And then I'm going to go ahead and darken up these logs a little bit with my pen. Okay. Kathy says no. Kathy, no what? All right. And then down here, let's see, this is our grate, probably. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and add a couple lines there. And then these are more ashes. Oh, you're not talking loud. Okay. I'm sorry. I just felt like I was like screaming. Okay. Now, I don't know about you, but if I saw this in my fireplace, I'd be calling the fire department, right? So we've got like fire coming out of this. So now we gotta fix that. So I'm going to draw a little pattern here. Everybody see that? Yeah, I want to cuddle that doggy too. I bet you do, Helen. Okay, so everybody see how I made a decoration out of this, and I'm going to continue my line right here. So zoom in, zoom in. So I finished the line, and then those little flames, I'm making a little decoration out of. And in fact, while I'm at it right now, I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to color that in dark. So we'll go ahead and do that. Everybody see how I made that work? There you go. What do you think? Zoom out. And honestly, while I'm at it, I'm just going to go ahead and make this black as well. And we'll have this fixed. Zoom in. Da, 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 da. There we go. Speaking of cuddly, kittens are now arriving at Buddy. Last night I was their human jungle gym. Zoom out. All right, everybody see how I pulled that problem out of the fire? Pun intended. Somebody better be laughing at that. And if you really wanted to play with it, you can take your circle template and color in some half circles, everybody see that? So we're really going to town on this. Rhonda, I love your comment. Ho, 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 Christmas. Uh-huh. You are a sharp lady. Isn't that cool, guys? And I got a little black on there, so I'm just going to try and scrape it away. I'll worry about that later. So the point is, ladies and gentlemen, is there are these little things that you can do to your images before you color them. Questions, comments? And when I'm asking you for comments, I'm saying, what do you think about doing this? Do you like it? Do you like the idea? Would you do it? All right. Now, my knee-jerk inclination, zoom out, zoom out. My knee-jerk inclination is to color this border in black pen as well. But I've burned myself doing that because at the end I've thought, boy, that would have looked cool if it were a different color. So at the moment, I'm not going to do that. But I will do one more thing because this is a fireplace. is I'm also going to color this black while I'm at it. And that'll give me the outline of my area. Clarissa said, I would have never thought to do this, but I like it. I like it. I love it. Okay, now Clarissa, I'm glad you like it. Would you do it? Listen, guys, the reason that I do this stuff for you, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. I want you to bust out of your everyday habits when you color. So Clarissa says, now that I've seen it, I might try it. Okay. Clarissa, I promise you, I am not an illustrator. I'm not an artist. All right, let's get this. Whoops. That's got a little bow in it now. Oh. Let's see if we can fix that. Don't you hate that? When you're coloring and all of a sudden like your hand jerks and goes whoop. Sandra says she would try it. All right, guys, what I want you to do, I want you to pick something if you have this book, do it on this book, do it on this page if you want, and post it and tag me. That way I won't feel like I'm sitting here talking to myself. Zoom out. Okay, I think I'm pretty good on any little extras now that I want to do. Zoom out. And I'm thinking that that looks pretty darn good. Yeah, well, you know, by artist, I understand what you're saying, Helen, that I'm an artist because I do the art, but I'm not an artist like you are. So, thank you for the vote of confidence, Helen. Whee! Okay. Helen can draw things in her sleep. Me, it takes a little more effort. Okay, zoom in. Zoom in. So, zoom in. Okay, Rhonda says, I will definitely try it, finishing up leaves on my picture. Lot is just outside and center is blank, so I'll try something. Excellent. So you'll try something more complex. Okay. So just because there's no reason for this other than for me to show this to you, although, wait a minute, see how she didn't put little doohickeys on all of her leaves? Okay. So I'm going to zoom in. Again, this is a just because. I'm going to add an extra leaf here and then put my vein in it. See? So you could go ahead. Everybody see how I did that? So you could go ahead, I mean, curve out, come back, 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 boom. Everybody see how I'm adding now? These few more leaves. Guys, I just want to show you this. Do it in pencil first, please. Curve out, come back, 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 curve out, boom. Boom, another leaf. See that? Hi, Carlin. Thank you, Carlin. That's exactly right. Work outside your comfort level and you will gain confidence, and it makes doing complex projects easier. Yes, yes, yes. I mean, guys, how can you even advance if you don't try, right? Curve out, come in, curve out, come in, curve out, come in, curve out, come in, curve out, come in. Zoom out. And I would challenge you now, if you didn't see me that I had just done this, and you're just coming in like Carolyn is. Hey Carolyn, do you want to come on live and say hello to everybody? We'll see if we can get you on camera live and you can say hello. Zoom out. Okay, everybody see that? Are you on your smartphone, Carolyn? Da, da, dum. Now, if you just want to add little things to your stuff, like this is a vertical line, and adding striping to your candles, that's fine. I think we're good right now. Oh, Carolyn, that doesn't matter. It truly doesn't matter. Just pop on and say hello. And then if you want to add little extras to your fire, that's fine. Just come on for a couple minutes. Who wants to come on camera with me tonight for a minute? I'm trying to talk Carolyn into it. Zoom out. Okay, there we go. What do you think? Extended the mirror, you never would have known that. Extended the plant. Extended the tree. Extended the couch here. So everything from outside the line has been drawn extra. Okay? All right. Let's see. I'm having way too much fun. I love doing this, actually. Okay. So we can start up on this a little bit, and then I said that I'll pop over to here because I want to show you this. Yeah, it is a different picture. In fact, let me show you the original because I made a copy of this. Zoom out. So here's the before and here's the after. There you go. So Carolyn, say yes. You know what? I should do one of these on something and have you guys do a puzzle of before and after. Oh, yeah. This stuff is fun. And once I get past your resistance to do stuff like this, you'll want to do it on all your things. Now, like I always say, don't get stupid with it, right? Okay. Zoom in. All right. So here comes the age-old question, what do I work on first? Well, who'll come on camera with me for a few minutes to talk about their coloring? All right, now, Rhonda. Oh, dropped my pencil. You guys are all chicken tonight. Zoom in. So Carolyn, what are you saying yes to? That yes, you'll come on camera? Come on, Cara, we want to hear you. We want to meet you. Okay, so I'm coloring my base color of my heart. Makeup washed off and I'm in my PJs, so what? You ready to come on camera, Kathy? For gosh sake, guys, you don't need makeup. This is, come on, we're family. Quit this stuff, will you? Oh, Helen, I don't dare put you on camera, not with you and your nightie. Rhonda. All right, so I'm going to use my blending pencil on this heart. Remember how I did the backward C's on my, oh yeah, on my bubbles and stuff? So now I want you to look at this heart that I'm doing. And notice that it's going to get lighter and lighter and lighter as I go towards what? The right. And I just broke my pencil. Well, technically speaking, the light source is coming from the fireplace, but I'm not really worried about that at the moment. I'm doing it more for dimensional coloring than anything else, Carolyn. And I know that's probably driving you a little nuts. Okay. So somebody is still requesting to come on camera. All right, let's see who oh, it's you. Oh, Helen. Okay. Hey, how you doing? Good to see you.
Yeah, I've just been watching the highlights of the football match from today. I know USA isn't into the Euro football match, so but yeah, I am.
Okay, and she says that football, of course, in the UK is soccer, what we call soccer.
Right, yes, it is. You call it, yeah, you call it soccer. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
No, but England's doing really well.
I'm sorry?
England doing well. So
Oh, good.
England's playing next match tomorrow, and I'm not always into loads of sports, but when it comes to the national sport, and then also Wimbledon's been on today, and my auntie's really into that. So
Okay.
I've been watching some of the Wimbledon and really gotten into it. So it's kind of like I'm having like a couple of weeks, a bit of drawing in between.
Okay.
A couple of weeks sort of holiday because there's always some match on, and I feel like, oh, I don't want to miss it. Don't want to miss it.
Ah.
One knows me would think that I'm not into sport, but yeah, I totally am at the moment. So, but I do admire what you do, ILene. I know we fall out now and then. but I do admire what you do, and you know, you've done the additions around the border, which is lovely. And then I did think it was a bit off balance on the right side, but then you've done a few little bits on the left side, and then left the border round, so you can see it's a border that's got like sticky out bits, whatever.
Yeah.
If that's the word. And I like that.
Good. Carolyn said that she's been watching the matches off and on as well.
Say again?
Carolyn in our group says she's been watching the matches as well.
Oh, right. It was exciting today. There's been 2 matches recently that's gone to the pet. You know, they do the match, then they do the extra time because it's draw. And then it's still draw, and they go to penalties. So that makes it, yeah, it does make it, yeah, exciting. But obviously, you know, I want England to win. So
I want to know, Carolyn, who do you want to win? Yes, Rhonda, I do still want you on. So Carolyn, who do you want to win the football matches? And while she's answering, Helen, tell us about, you said the sales of your book have been doing really well in France and Spain, did you say?
In France, doing really well. Yeah, really well in France. I mean, they do well all over, but in France, done, yeah, really, really well recently.
Okay.
And then I'm working on the moment, Sketch and Shade Book 2. That's what I'm working on at the moment. It'll take me 6 months to a year to do, but I've been working on the moment, and just in case you wanted me to come on, I just pulled this off my wall. What I'm working on at the moment is different types of holes, you know, different ways of shading holes. So this is just one of them. This is like a crater type.
Yes. Yes.
So you can see the different steps.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm working on different sorts of shading in holes to show depth, basically. So that's what I'm working on in a section of my new, just one of the sections of my new book. So
okay.
All exciting. And then yeah, I said message before, it's I've got my new garden furniture because my other stuff is all had its day. So yeah, brother-in-law and sister and so on are gonna come round and bolt and
help you with it,
because I'm just, you know, I said I said to you before, I could color it, draw it.
Okay.
No good at yeah.
You know what you might want to think about, Helen, and this is just a thought that came to me, and I'm not sure how practical it is, but you know that I add the little add-ons and stuff to my pages like I did tonight, and you've seen me do it on other things, is you might want to start thinking about what kind of things that people could add to their coloring pages and show them how to draw that.
Yeah, that's a really great idea. Yeah, how to
Does that
things that are already what's the word, in existence or already there.
Yeah. Now I'm not sure of the practicality of it. I mean, it just came to mind, you know, that because there's a lot of coloring, I'm just trying to figure out a way to have your books be applicable for colorists as well. And so maybe this next book is when you show somebody how to draw something, you might want to also maybe show the finished piece as you do, but just suggest that they color it as well.
Yeah, I mean, the sketch and shade book I've done is obviously black and white, grey interior because of it being grayscale. So
Right.
there's no point me doing it as a colour interior, because that costs more money printing, costs more money purchasing, when it's only, you know, black and white grayscale. But I have also on some of my pages, and I think you've seen some of them, ILene, shown that you could draw them, then print them off, and then colour them in to make them in colour if people want that.
Right.
To make it look, you know, super pretty. So, but yeah, my idea of this sort of book is, you know, get people, and some of the pictures in the book, they are the line art basic. I'll call that as it, you know, line art. And I advance to pencil smudging to make it more realistic. But yeah, if people draw these, and you know, then you can print them on what is it you call it in America?
Cardstock.
Cardstock, that's what you call it.
Yeah.
And what they've done on cardstock, and then add colour to them themselves, then wonderful, because I've done that myself sometimes. I mean, I am a very basic, I mean, a lot of people aren't happy with basic paper. When I draw all my stuff, all, you know, I'm on about, don't you, ILene? When I draw all my stuff, all I use is basic copy paper. And I know people like different paper and different gradients and different, but anything I do can be done on basic copy paper, because that's all I use.
Okay. Well, listen. Yeah, go ahead, and you know, maybe you and I can talk about that further, to figure out a way to make your book popular with colorists as well. I mean, obviously your book is already doing well, but that might be a new segment. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and see what you think.
I mean, my books do really well, but I suppose what I want to do is get a bit of a people understanding the transition between my sketch and shade book of learning to draw can also be translated into colouring.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, thank you so much.
Because I know you've got other people, you said, wanting to come to say hello on camera.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Before you go, Carolyn wants to know what book we're talking about.
Oh, Sketch and Shade?
Yes.
And Shade, my how to draw book.
Right. And Carolyn, I will show you the copy of it, a picture of it, but it's called Sketch and Shade by Helen Elliston. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, Helen, thank you so much for your time. Love you, sweetie.
Listen for a bit before I go sleep, and I'm watching the penalties replay as well, and blah.
Okay. Take care. Bye. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. All right, Miss Rhonda. Yeah, Sherry. Hi, Sherry. Good to see you, sweetie. Yes, Carolyn, it is on Amazon. And also, I don't know if you know this, Carolyn, but we have a affiliate list. Okay, all you have to do, all you have to do is request to be on camera. There should be a little button on the side. Good to see you, Sherry. Okay, zoom in. Zoom in. All right, let me pull you in. And what I'm doing now is I'm going with a nice teal color. And Carolyn, no need to apologize for asking about where, where shading is coming from and light source and stuff like that. No, you have to ask me, Rhonda. So Carolyn, sometimes I don't follow exact convention. With light source, a lot of times I do. But on the ornaments, I just wanted to show the shading. Okay, let's see if we can get Miss Rhonda on. There you go. Okay, so it's requesting, Rhonda, that you approve coming on camera. Now remember with my marker that you can go ahead and make it darker. And I'm going to make it darker down here because this is the dark part of the ribbon. So Rhonda, you should be getting a request right now to appear on camera, and you have to say yes. Okay, everybody see how I'm picking up the shading now of this ribbon? And now I'm going to come back with my other shade of blue. Because I want a blue tint to this aqua. Okay. So notice now what I'm going to do here is have my darker edges in blue. And notice that I'm also shading right near the star, okay? Because what happens is on this ribbon, you're going to have a high portion which is going to be lighter. And that, in effect, is what that light blue do. Oh, there you go, Carolyn. I've got several books, Carolyn, that have showing you how to sketch and that sort of thing. Okay, everybody see now how I'm adding this darker blue? At basically what are the dip points of my image. Zoom out. I'm sorry for moving you around, guys. Excuse me, the camera movement. Zoom out. Okay, Rhonda, don't worry about it. We'll go ahead and during the day, I'll come in and we'll try it again for you. Your iPhone or iPad. Hi, Maddie. Your iPhone or iPad needs to be in landscape view. That could also be a problem. Okay, and everybody see now? Zoom in. How we're getting this to look? With the dark blue as our darker areas here to give it curvature, right? And look how pretty now that that's starting to look. Okay, I've granted permission again for you, Rhonda, to try again. And then I'm going to go ahead and we'll put a little bit of blue tint and edging on this inside. Zoom in. Okay. Zoom out. Zoom out. Rhonda, I'll catch you maybe tomorrow. I can get with you and we'll see what needs to be done to get you to be able to come on. A for effort, though. Okay, now I'm going to take a dark gray, zoom in, and I'm going to put a little bit of edging on here. Now, I really want you to see this. And notice now how that even gives more depth to what you're trying to do. Now don't get crazy with it. It's just got to be just enough. And you will start to see. Rhonda's a no-go right now, Helen. I'll touch base with her tomorrow. All right, everybody see now how I'm putting that edging on here? And look how this ribbon now is popping. Everybody see that? Zoom out. Now, I want to blend up here this transition between my dark color and my light color, because you don't want to see a specific line. Everybody clear on that? Be sure you obliterate that line, guys, to get that softness. There should never, ever be a specific jump. Okay? Oh, man. Isn't that pretty? And if you wanted to take it a step further, totally up to you, is on your white area, on your lighter area, you just put a little hint of white pencil. Not much, or else it looks mushy. But look how soft now. It's sheen. It's a sheen. And notice, zoom in, zoom in. Notice how I make that sheen even come down the side just a little bit. Play with it. Beautiful. Okay, I'm going to finish the star, and then I'm going to either pop over to the fire, or I'm going to pop over to this other sheet too. Oh, Maddie says she's got a new love with markers. Okay, yellow marker, water-based. So we'll color in that whole star. And then what I like to do is take, I want to show you this because this is cool. Is I'm just going to put a hint, guys, of orange on here. Not much. And we'll get a nice little glow on that. Zoom out. Questions? And does everybody see how that bow has a beautiful sheen on it? La, da, da. Okay, now, if you joined us late, be sure you watch the beginning because I made a lot of custom edits on this. And I cleared up a few things. Okay, let's go ahead and work on this fire a little bit. So I'm going to put a base coloring very lightly of yellow on it. Now, zoom in. I want you to notice that I'm not worried about missing spots. There's a reason for that. You'll see in a moment. And what do I always say? Tint in your colors. And by that I mean go in lightly. There's absolutely no reason why you should be breaking points when you color. If you can't get the shade that you want, you're using the wrong color. Okay. So now you want to pull in a really good red. So that means it's not purple, it's not pink, it is red. And I'll tell you what, that is the one color that I have the most problem with pencils is red. There we go. I've got a good one here, I think. Yeah. It's a Prismacolor Rouge Crimson Red, 924. And the other color that you want is a decent orange. And this happens to be a Castle Arts cadmium orange. So now I'm going to go ahead and start mixing in my reds and my oranges. And let me just check something real quick. Your oranges are going to be more near the bottom with some red, but not a lot. Now, I had a project I was doing for you guys, Christmas actually, and there was no fire in the fireplace, and I drew in the flames and then I colored them. And again, flames are not difficult, both to draw and to color. Now be sure when you color the little puppies here that you follow the curvature. Trust me, it makes a difference when you're coloring. And the other thing I want you to realize too on flames, there is no right or wrong per se. Stop beating yourself up when you're coloring. Now I'm going to go ahead. Prismacolor is a softer pencil, so I'm going to have to do a little blending here. But I want you to notice that I'm concentrating the red at the tips. Everybody see that? And remember, as I always tell you guys, when you color, roll your pencil in your hand. Anytime I pick it up, I do a little micro turn, and it keeps my point sharper longer. Now, I don't want you to go overboard with the red at the tips and say, oh my gosh, I gotta have it at the tips, gotta have it at the tips. No, you're fine. Okay, now, I'm using a very light touch with my blender pencil on the red. And everybody see now how that flame is getting a lot softer and looking pretty cool. And like I said, if you are not sure about how your flame should look, Google it and go to images. Click on images and you'll see. Now, don't overblend, because your ink from printing your page will start to smear and it's going to start looking gray. Now, when you're blended, go back and touch up whatever you want to touch up, or add red someplace where you want to add red. Because now that that's blended, that your colors are coming in beautifully. So now I've got my orange pencil. And then I'm coming in with a little bit of yellow. Now again, these are your flames. See how that yellow's picking up in there? If you want a little more yellow in your flames, fine. If you don't want a little more yellow in your flames, don't put them there. Up to you. Anybody have any questions about that? Zoom out. Zoom out. Zoom out. So if you want an orange tint, concentrate with oranges. The thing that always would frustrate me when I first started coloring is the artist wouldn't explain why they did something. And this is why my broadcasts are the way that they are. Because if you don't know how to start something because you're frustrated with it and don't know, you're not going to do it. Zoom in. Now, if you want to add a little more red tinge, let's say you want to define your flames a little more, stick to your red spots. And go ahead and pump that up a little bit. So all I'm doing right now is coloring over where my reds are. Does anybody have any question about how or why I'm doing that? You see this S that I'm putting in with the red? See? Right there. And I'm doing repeated strokes. And what that's doing is that's darkening in that red flame. And you can do that. Just follow your curves. Now again, don't overcolor your spot because it'll get mushy. But everybody see that curve, and there's one as well. Do not try to emulate me exactly, you'll frustrate yourself. Okay, I got a little spot of yellow there. Let me fix that. All right. Now, we've got ashes at the bottom. So I'm going to use a little bit of ash or gray. I was going to say ash gray. Zoom in. Zoom in. All right. So we're going to go ahead and gray that up. And I'm also going to assume that this is the grate. So our coal ashes have fallen through, right? So I'm going to start with graying them up. And we're missing one line here. So I'm going to draw that in, but I got to let it dry or else it'll smear. Now, your ashes in spots are going to be reddish orange, right? So we're going to go ahead and put a little bit of that in the ashes. So we've got our gray in there. And now we're going to add our spots of red. And I'm going to pop in a little bit of orange on top of the red. Everybody see that? Let me go ahead and hit that last coal. Put a little red on top. Hit it with my orange. Questions, comments? And then I'm going to go back with a little bit of gray to dull it down. Now, don't get frustrated because I'm using a bunch of colors. All the gray does is it tones down our ashes and tones down that red a little bit, just to make it, it'll blend it and to make it a little more realistic. Zoom out. Let me play with something here, guys. Okay, guys, I'm back. We had a video interruption. Come on back in. Alrighty. Let me know that you can hear me all right. Can you guys hear me? Oh, Maddie, no, I didn't. Can you hear me all right, Maddie? Okay. No, I didn't fall. But thank you for asking. Okay, so I've switched over now to Winter Wonderland Creative Haven. Same book, different picture. Because I want to give you some ideas now about this ice, for example. Okay, I'm glad everybody's hearing me. Carolyn, good. Yeah, this happens once in a while. For no reason, I get bumped. Pretty annoying. All right. So I'm pulling out my, yeah, Facebook is being ugly tonight. I'm pulling out my Gelatos, guys. Only because I want to show you some different ideas. You could do this with eyeshadow. Zoom in. Zoom in. Zoom out. There we go. So here's what I want to show you. These are my little sponge tip applicators. Stephanie, hi. Good to see you, sweets. And what I'm going to do, I just want to show you this. Now, whatever I do with Gelatos, you can do with eyeshadow. And remember, this is sprayed with my Fix Tiff. Well, Stephanie, we've been missing you. Gosh. So I'm going to start this out with my purple. This is called, what is this called? Raspberry, it's called. Okay, that works. And I'm going to go ahead and rub my color on. Now remember, gelatos, they're like a lipstick. It's a soft pastel. Zoom in. Okay, well good. Then you can see how this will work. And again, if you don't have gelatos, eyeshadow would work just as well. Carolyn, you're so funny. You keep sending me a request to come on. You must be accidentally tapping something. Isn't this pretty? Winter Wonderland Creative Haven, it's just a different picture. Gelatos are made by Faber-Castell, and it's a cream pastel that comes in tubes like lipstick. And because of gifts from the group, I've got zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. I have all the colors of them. Yeah, there's a lot of storms going on, guys, so we're getting kicked around all over the place. So notice that I just applied a little bit, and now I am using, these are eye makeup applicators. And again, guys, these are in the affiliate list. Now, look, I'm going to dot in, zoom in, zoom in. I'm going to dot in a little color here. Zoom in. And then I'm going to rub them in with both my finger. Now, if you go to rub it in and it doesn't work with your applicator, use your finger. And the really neat thing is, if you have a little splotch like I do right here, not to worry. Take your eraser and it'll take off the majority of it. Not all, but the majority. So be careful how you put your gelatos on. If you tap it on, you might get a splotch. If you gently smear it on, you'll get a more uniform coverage. Yes, Rhonda, you can use water. Here, let me do this. I just dip my applicator in a little bit of water. And that was the next thing I was going to tell you guys. And it spreads it beautifully. Everybody see that? Absolutely, you can use water. Zoom out. All right. Now I'm going to take a little bit of blue. See, it turns up just like a lipstick. And I'm going to put in a little bit of blue. And add that as a little bit of a highlight to my purple. They're made by Faber-Castell. They're wonderful. And I'll tell you, what's really neat about them is they make extremely smooth applications. So if you're doing a background, or even just like this, it comes out very, very smooth. Zoom out. There are two sets that Faber-Castell puts out. One is the, now I'm going to put a little water because that is streaked right there. One is called the, I believe the original set. And then they've got another set. So there are two sets to this. Carolyn, they're creamy and really not oily. Not oily at all. All right. So now I'm going to take a green. Zoom in. And again, if you want to use a little bit of water, that's fine. Zoom in. See how this got immediately smooth, and it's almost like having pastels. Everybody see that? And then I'm going to come through and I will go ahead and add my blue. Oh, I've just been teaching every night, Stephanie. Now watch again, a little bit of water. Boom, soft blue. Zoom out. They blend beautifully with water. And then I'm going to use a very soft pink. And guys, you'd be really surprised how accurate you can be with these. I mean, watch how I get in between these trees. See that? Zoom in. Yeah, they're, yeah, kind of like watercolor pencils. Now again, you don't have to blend them with water. You can just blend as is. It just depends what you're doing. And let me get a little bit of pink over here. And the really neat thing is once you put a color on your applicator, you can use it in other spots. Oh, Stephanie says she met a new friend in her hometown, and Stephanie has been hanging with her. She likes to color too. She's such a sweetheart. Cool, bring her into the group. Zoom out. Zoom out. Zoom out. Sorry for the camera problem, guys. That was me. Hey, Wanda. Wandy. Woohoo! So you can blend with fingers, or you can go ahead and blend with your sponge tip applicators. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and get a very, what am I working with? Mentally, not much. I'm working with Gelatos, Wanda. And you're going to want to catch the beginning of this broadcast because I was working on a separate page and showing some things. Okay, so what I'm doing now with the blue is I'm going ahead and filling in my other areas. Okay? And be very, when you apply this stuff to your paper, don't put a lot on to start, guys. Okay, a little bit of water on my blue. And if it starts to get a little dry, just add some more water. And look at that beautiful, beautiful light shade now that we have. And notice how I picked up some blue from right here and moved it over to this side. I would equate applying this stuff is to like applying paint. But you know me too, that I always tell you now to treat your colored pages as though you were painting them anyway, right? And if you put on too much water, just dab it off. Zoom in. Let's see, I've got a little sheen there. All right, there you go. And that's the neat thing too about these gelatos, is you can thin them down and get them to be very, very light. All right, now I'm going to pick up a little bit of blue from right here, and I'm going to put it here. And if it's not enough, which this isn't, I'm going to go ahead and add a little splotch. See how accurately I can get up in between the legs here with this? It's really, really funny. You'd think that with such a wide applicator that would be problematic, and it's not really. And the really neat thing is once this dries, you can go over it now with pencil. So I'm going to put some more blue here. And you will very, very quickly get a feel for how much of this stuff to put on. Anybody have any questions? Gelatos are like they're pastels, really. Zoom out. Zoom out. Okay. Now this pink and this purple are a little closer than what I would like in color. So I'm going to add in a little more. And I'm barely touching this with my zoom in. Zoom in. I'm barely touching this with my applicator. You've got lots and lots of play with this stuff. Little piece of gelato there that broke off. Let me get rid of that. And when you feel your applicator starting to drag, that's when you know to go ahead and apply a little more water. Anybody have any questions about this? Zoom out. Isn't that cool? All right, and I still want a little more blue on here. Oh man. And if you want to find out, Carolyn, what gelatos are, do a search on Google and say what are gelatos equivalent to, and it'll tell you. I think I'm good right now for this. We can always go back. So these are the 4 basic colors that I use: the dark blue, a light blue, the green, purple, and I used pink. 5 colors. Carolyn says, just my hubby is going to shake his head because I'm getting more art supplies. Yeah. It's fun. You go, girl. I'm sorry if you're looking at me to stop you, you're looking at the wrong person. All right. Fun. Excuse my arm. Excuse. You put these away. And again, half the set was gifted to us. Thank you so much, you guys, when you get gift certificates for us at Amazon. He knows he can't stop you. There you go. As you know, I buy what I can, but sometimes it gets a little beyond me as well. Okay. Sherry says, we are in the middle of packing and supplies are still coming. Yes, Sherry. Let me turn my finger here. All right. Zoom in. Zoom in. Okay. So, to me, this is a Brute Funner 049 red. To me, you can't have a skater without a red sweater. So I'm going to tint in the color, which in the context that I'm using it means that I'm doing a very, very light coloring with it. And depending on how well the particular pencil plays with the paper, sometimes I blend and sometimes I don't. Okay, made a little boo-boo with the cuff there. Let's see if we can fix that. There we go. And then what I'm going to do, and guys, this is where your coloring chops come in. And this is what I want to see from you, is I'm going to use a darker red. Zoom in. And I'm going to shade in the dimension. Now, I got a little bit of pencil here on the top. So I take my X-Acto knife and I very gently scrape it off. Now look, don't go crazy with that blade, because every time you scrape something off like that, you're scraping off the paper. So that's why I always tell you to be very circumspect with it. Doesn't that look neat? Now it looks a little rough because you're like right on top of it with the view. That's how I teach you guys. Zoom out. Zoom out. There you go. Isn't that neat? All right. And then I'm going to get a decent gray. Now, I want you to think about this book, and it reminds me of old-fashioned colorings. So you want your colors to be subtle. And soft. Zoom in. Now this happens to be a Prismacolor, a little more waxy. So right now it's looking not good. So I'm going to take my blender pencil and blend that in. Oh yeah, I've gotten my slice knife and I've been Carlin and I've been using it on camera. I love it. Pry it out of my cold stiff hands. I love it. I love it. I love it. Rhonda picked the one up. Thank you for the suggestion. She loves it. Now notice I'm coloring a little bit darker in the front. I laid down an initial gray, which was this very light gray. Now, I missed a little spot with my gelato right there. So I'm getting a colored pencil and I'm touching that up real quick. And guys, that's another point that I want to make to you. Some people, for some reason, think that they've got to do their areas correctly the first time. And I'm telling you, it's not going to happen like that all the time. I make constant corrections when I'm coloring, and I make corrections sometimes when I'm demonstrating and I don't even tell you. So this is along the theme of quit beating yourself up. Oops. When you color, please just knock it off. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and I will do some black, well, let's see what we can do here. Zoom in. So I'm going to go with some brown skates. And I'm going to put a little bit of black highlight on that. See that? Just for depth, dimension, detail. Makes it look cool. Don't need much. Zoom out. Yeah, did you see, Carolyn, that Rhonda got one as well? And she's been using it too. All right. A slightly different red on the bottom of the sweater. And this is another thing about your coloring, guys. It may not look like that there's a different red on there to your eyes, but your brain sees it. And I keep encouraging you. Well, I don't encourage you, I tell you, tell you outright, right? Is you want to use your different colors. So if you're doing a red sweater, I want to see 2 shades of red on it. And I'm not talking about just shading the first initial color. Rhonda said you had to almost fight to keep it. What? Oh. Carolyn, Yeah. She lives in a community, and the receptionist at her facility handed her the package, and Rhonda said, "Oh, good, my knife is here." And they have a rule about knives. And so she had to unpack it and show that it was just a craft knife. Okay. But she was able to keep it. All right, I want you to look at this scarf that is on the boy here. And I think what happened, the artist drew in scarves for all the guys, but not this one. I think that was an oversight. So I'm going to go and draw in a scarf. And I'm going to draw in little circles, teeny tiny circles. Can you guys see this, or do I need to go closer? Zoom in. Zoom in. And then I'm going to go ahead and draw a little bit of fringe. Everybody see how I did that? And if you want to go ahead and draw in a second little scarf. Go ahead and do that. And put in our little circles. And our fringe. Everybody see that? Any question? Guys, 2 seconds. And this is an ultra fine pen that I use. It says 0.28 millimeter by Uniball Signo. And this is what I use for my real fine work. Okay, zoom out, zoom out. And if you want to, you can put a little swishy on it like this. Up to you. Now, I've got to let that dry before I can color on it, because you guys know I do that all the time and not let it dry enough, and then I smear it. So let me pop over to something else real quick, and then we'll call it an evening. All right. So I'm going to play around with my lamp just a little bit. And I'm going to clean away my blue. Zoom in. And I'm going to go ahead and take a yellow. Now, there's more, but wait, there's more. Carolyn, that's my little catchphrase. Wonky is one of them. And then everybody knows me for saying, but wait, there's more. So, would you leave it like this, guys? Yes or no? Somebody answer me, please. Let me clean off the top here where I got a little yellow. You heard that? You heard the cat? Yeah. Now, actually, there's a couple of ways that you can do this. I'm going to change one thing. Is I'm going to really lighten that yellow in there. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little bit of orange and just very gently tint, highlight with my secondary color. And then I'm going to mush it with my fingers. Now, let's play. You can also take your yellow and splay out that color. Yes, Gazelle. Now, I got a little dark on the orange right there, so I'm going to fix it. And guys, this is the kind of thing I want you to look at. Zoom out. Zoom out. And Rhonda says her dog is looking for the cat. Yep. And you guys say I don't entertain you. My gosh. Now I gotta pay my cat for making the sounds. Everybody see how I'm really pulling out this yellow? Yes, Gazelle. Any questions or comment about how I'm doing this? And, well, you can see how, but why? Guys, quit being so wimpy with your colorings. What's that garbage? What was the garbage can liner thing? Wimpy, wimpy, wimpy. And then I'm going to go ahead and rub that with my finger just to blend it. What do you guys think? And then I'm going to take a very light orange And again, this is one of those things that it's so light that you barely see it. What do I always say? Your eyes may not see it, but your brain does. Yeah, hefty, hefty, hefty. Oh, Carolyn, you got your eraser and it's half the size of mine? Okay. So I've got a shade of orange on this yellow, but you don't necessarily see it all. Hefty, hefty, hefty. That was it. Wimpy, wimpy, wimpy. Okay, now I'm going to show you one more thing too. If you want, now you could have done this with yellow eyeshadow. But you can take your finger and smudge yellow out even further. See that? Maddie won't do this because she doesn't like to get her finger in her supplies. Zoom in. So do you see that light yellow that's there? Especially around the top and around the sides here. Now, you know that I like to pull my stuff out dimensionally so I don't worry about boundaries. Zoom out. And if you need to touch it up a little bit, that's fine. But don't get stupid with your touch-ups because then you'll mess it up. Questions, comments? And notice that I left that little gap in the center. Zoom in. So now I'm going to take, and this will be the last thing I do tonight. Zoom in. I'm going to take some gray. And this happens to be what? A Prismacolor. Pretty soft. So I'm coming down with gray. And then I'm going to use a little bit of black. Look at this, isn't that cool? And that really makes this pole stand out. So I've got the gray and the black. Could put a reflection in the house window. Absolutely, absolutely. Cara, you'll have to remind me when I go to do the window. Well, do you guys have time to stick around for a couple minutes? I'm in no particular hurry. We can play with that. Zoom out. Zoom out. Yeah, Cara Lynn, like two words. Cara, like Tara. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and reflect a little bit of that yellow. Cara loves me because she said that I pronounced her name correctly the first time out of the gate. Okay, let's see. This is probably the door with a lot of windows, a lot of glass in the front. And Tara is like the Tara of Gone with the Wind. Zoom in. So I'm going to go ahead and put a, let's see. An oval doorknob there. And we'll put a little yellow on here. And a little bit of yellow right here. Now, what I also like to do is put my little window lines too. Now, be careful that you don't do the exact same thing in every single window. Otherwise, it's going to look contrived. And the other place where we can put a reflection of that lamp, zoom out. We're assuming that this is a nighttime view. So we can go ahead and let's play. Are you guys still okay on time? I'm in no hurry. Is we want to go ahead and add a little bit of light blue to what will be our snow. And you'll see why I'm doing this in a second. Now remember, you can blend your marker as long as you zoom in, as long as you rub on it right away. And I also want you to remember that in order to show white, you want to put in a little blue. Everybody see that? Now you don't have to put a lot in. We just want to go ahead and hint at it. But the areas where you have corners like this, where something comes together, we want to go in a little darker. Rhonda, you still with us? Okay. And now I'm playing. Is I'm going to add a little bit of gray right here. And what that's going to do is give you what looks like snow that has slidden down. And made layers on the roof. Isn't that cool? So we've got a ridge of snow right here. So this upper, it looks like this upper part here has piled on the roof. And that's the look that I wanted. Everybody see how I got that? So wherever you have that gray, and then you've got a little bit of blue on top of that, it's going to look like that snow is piling up. And then what I'm going to do is take my blue marker and I'm going to accentuate the stuff on the top. But again, I put the blue marker on and then I smear it right away. See what happens when you guys stay longer? Especially when I'm in a mood to do something like this. And then I'm going to take this blue and put it down the edge here. And I'm going to go ahead and put a gray shading underneath. And the second that I do that, it gives us depth. So now it looks like we have a pile of snow on top of the roof, which I think is looking kind of cool. Basically what you're doing is you're drawing your blue line and then you're putting your shading underneath it. Everybody see that? Questions? Anybody? Okay, zoom out. And if your gray is a little dark, fix it. Just lighten it up. Okay. Yeah, you want to put your dark underneath that blue, because that creates a shadow line and it brings the blue up. And that's what makes it look like that there is an extra layer here. So you're putting the darker underneath your lighter blue. You can practice it on a piece of paper. Oh, Wanda, that's good. Okay, so let me add a little bit of blue on this, not much. I mean, I am like super smearing this on here. And I could have used Gelatos as well if I wanted to. And actually, believe it or not, I'm going somewhere with all this. Are they keeping you busy at work, Wanda? What's going on? Okay. So the reason I got involved in doing the snow, is this a good thing that they're keeping you busy at work? Are you happy? That's the main thing that I'm concerned about for you. Carolyn, you still with us? All right, now, the reason I did all this is because I wanted to go ahead and put a yellow shine on the front of the house. And shine's not the word. I want to put a yellow tint on it. And the reason I want to put this yellow on here is because I'm playing off the light here. Okay? So everybody see how I'm putting this yellow on the front edge of the house to pick up the shine of the lamp. Anybody have any questions on that? Now, it looks wonky right now because we've got to put context around it. That's how I should explain this. Context. That's why you finish pieces without getting frustrated. And the other thing I'm going to do real quick, and then I will end in a little bit, but basically I'm on a roll. Rolling, 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 ride. Is if that street light is on, it's nighttime. So that means that our sky is going to be nighttime. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start defining my sky, zoom in, with a light gray. And for those of you that are new to this, to me and the group, I encourage people to color in their areas with a light color of what they feel they're going to use in order to get an idea of what they are eventually going to do with your final page. And this is a really good example of it because now I can show you how this sky is going to look that we're making darker. All right. We might have lost Cara again. Now, I'm not super concerned about blending. I'm just getting my color in where I want it. And when you start doing that on your pieces like this, it's going to start making sense. Okay. Now right here, I think she's got bushes. And if you're doing this particular piece, okay, Cara. How far along did you see me, Cara? Okay, so let's figure out where our black sky is going to be. I'm having too much fun with this piece. I think I got everything. Cara, did you see that I went ahead and I colored the front of the houses yellow to reflect the light? And I'll be playing with this more, obviously. So again, guys, this is a perfect example why I want you to tint in your colors like this. So you can figure out what's going on. Okay, Rhonda says, I'm still not comfortable with the night sky yet. I have a few pictures I've been putting off because they are at night. Okay. Fine, you can, watch how I do this one then. Okay, now I'm probably going to pick out a couple spots here in the center that look like the trees are not blocking the sky. And if you're off about it, so what? It's your piece. Not the end of the world. But see, you do it light enough, you can make a correction if you have to. How many times have we said that the artists of their pieces should have to color their own, have to color them, right? Okay, I'm going to add a line right here because I want to color this black or night sky. Okay. Now, again, guys, I don't want you stressing over this. Good grief, it's not the point. I'm going to close off this little gap right here. And then go ahead and tint in my darker color. Okay, zoom out. Zoom out. Look at that. Isn't that cool? So now we've got our sky defined. Is it perfect? No. You know. I've got one little spot here that's bugging me. Oh, no, 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 snow. Zoom in. Zoom in. Okay, see this little mound right here that goes up and then comes down, and I've made this gray? In the scheme of things, not a big deal. But I'm going to go ahead and define this as being sky. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and color this gray as well. Until I get that snow mound the way I want it. And that's still driving me crazy. Okay, let's try this. I'm going to continue this line down like that. Fixed. And then put my gray up here. And then erase this. There we go. Zoom out. Zoom out. We having fun tonight. That's right. Look how cool that looks, guys. Do you guys want me to keep broadcasting? Yes or no? Let me know. If you're willing to stick around, I will continue broadcasting. All right, now I'm going to put a couple of snow circles here. Zoom in. Maddie says she's ready to fold. Okay. I'll call it a night. Okay, Sherry says that I'm with whatever. I'm okay to continue. You know, Maddie can watch this on replay. So we're good from that standpoint. I missed a gray area. Rhonda, you good to go? To stay? What I meant is when I say you're good to go, meaning you're good to stay. Okay. I'll stay if you want me to stay, guys. Except for one thing, Facebook cuts everybody off at 4 hours. So I'll tell you what, that's going to be roughly 15 more minutes. Actually, I'm good for a little past that because I didn't get going until about 7:20. So I will stay until Facebook says no more. So that means I'm good for about another 30 minutes. So I'll set my timer for 25 or 20 minutes. Zoom out. I'm just having too good of a time showing you this. Okay, so Rhonda, for black sky or for sky, in this case, we can go ahead with a Maddie, love you. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And Rhonda, I have done sky before. Nap time, says Maddie. I agree. Good night, Maddie. Good night, Maddie. Good night, Maddie. So glad you could make it tonight. Oh, I'm having too much fun. Somebody stop me. Facebook will be stopping me, I'll tell you. That kind of sucks, but, you know, we work with it. Hi, Karen. Okay, I'm going to be doing a jet black sky. Whereas normally, if you were going to do it with a black, or we're going to do it, you know, darker at the top and then lighter as we come down, I'm going to call this as though it's nighttime. So how is Karen Hood tonight? So I'm going to take my black Sharpie And on the areas that I colored in my light gray, just so I could get my bearings, and Karen, you've been in here before, right? I'm broadcasting later than normal, or longer than normal, I should say. Zoom in. Zoom in. And those are your two little grandchildren, aren't they? In the picture. That's right. Okay. Now I've got some really narrow branches in there, which I want to preserve, if at all possible. Yeah, looking scary with the black marker. Now, don't discount your Sharpies, guys, for using on your images. And also don't forget that Sharpies come in different colors. So if you want to do your border a different color and you don't want to do black, use a Sharpie to do your border. And if you don't have Sharpies but you have alcohol markers, there you go. I was going to buy a set of Sharpie markers and I thought, you idiot, you've got Cali Art alcohol markers. Now, the reason that I'm doing this, I think I see a couple areas here that I didn't make black. It's fine. Here we go. We can do that. Oh, there you go. Sherry says I actually use their weird color green for veins on your polymer babies. Okay. If you don't have alcohol markers, don't discount your Sharpies. Okay? Now, did you guys notice how when I shaded everything in gray, that really brought everything into context? And now I'm just going ahead and darkening in with my black. Because I'm doing a nighttime sky. Did that help anybody? Did it give an idea to you about shading in with the light gray before I'm doing the black? And once I saw where all that gray was, boom, that just really made it for me. And Rhonda, I think that shading in like this will help you with your skies. And I'm sorry, refresh my memory. You said a nighttime sky or just sky in general? So let's say you want to go with a blue sky. I would shade in with a very, very light blue. And then just start coloring in your various shades of blue that you want. Oh man, look how this is coming out, guys. I love it. Okay, Rhonda, your nighttime is, that's okay. Thank you. I forgot what you said. Well, here's one of the ways you can do nighttime, and I just did that also. Remember, you know, the wolf that I just finished with Little Red Riding Hood, where I had the darker purple and darker blues at the top? That's a sample of as well. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized something. I'm not going to get cut off in a half hour because I had to reboot this broadcast. So no, I'm fine with time. Rhonda, you haven't done any nighttime at all? Sherry, I meant Sherry. Go back, watch what I just did with the wolf and Little Red Riding Hood. I'm trying to get the hiccups. The idea freaks you out? Okay, and Rhonda, you tried one halfway and gave up. Rhonda, why did you give up? It looked terrible. It was before you got to, okay. Did you throw it away already? Sherry and Rhonda, that's right. You guys have got to do a nighttime. Do you guys remember when I did the man and the woman Indian with the northern lights in the background? Oh man, this is looking so cool. Yeah, Sherry says, I know my Hannah Carlzon books have nighttime. Rhonda says, yes. Okay, when I did the man and the woman Indian with the northern lights, that was a nighttime, that was a nighttime sky. There are different ways to do nighttime, and this is one of them, to do all black. The other way is to work with your blues and your black. Go on YouTube and look up videos that say how to color a nighttime sky. That doesn't offend me at all. Anything that teaches you guys, I'm for. Okay. Oh, Sherry says, yeah, I don't know why I could do day, but it's like if I put a dark color on the paper, it's a step away from disaster. No, okay, all right. Well, we need to get you over that. Summertime and the living is easy. Okay. But Sherry says I did the Aurora Borealis picture and forgot about that. And that wasn't any problem for you, was it? I walked you through that. Everybody see how beautifully this is coming out? And now, because I'm doing this sky, the rest of this picture is really starting to make sense, isn't it? But again, guys, you saw the technique as I came in with a very light gray, so I could erase it if I had to. And I shaded in with gray all the areas. All right, let's see what's going on here. Okay, can you guys still see me okay? Rhonda, can you still see me? Facebook is being stupid on this end. Okay, Rhonda, thank you. If I get cut off, I will come back on again because I'm right in the middle of this. Is it still choppy? Zoom out. La da da dum. Okay, seems okay. All right. Not for you. So, Rhonda, it's not choppy, correct? Zoom out. Okay, if I get booted, I'm going to come right back. I'm going to change my connection, so it may boot me, but we'll see. Did everybody hear me say that if I get booted, I will be right back. Okay, I'm going to have to rotate you once here. There we go. Zoom out. All right. Everybody see now this whole piece and how we're starting to get in. Oh, I forgot a couple spots. Zoom in. Zoom in. Zoom in. Rhonda, are we still okay with the broadcast? Let me know. Sherry, are we okay with the broadcast? Okay, Rhonda says fine. Sherry says good. All right, good. I really appreciate it when you guys help me like that. Okay, notice how I went through and I put the marks on the railing to show through, and I colored underneath here. Zoom out. Zoom out. Okay. Look at that. Is that not gorgeous? Now, this is where you might want to pick out a couple things. To color black to balance this. So we've got the light done with the black. And what I'm going to do here, zoom in. I'm going to go ahead and color her belt black. And I'm going to color these skates black. Oop. Got a little thick, but that's okay. Zoom out. Good night, Wanda. Now notice that we've got black on the top, black here, black here, black here. We're covered. Wanda, you have a great rest of the evening. Enjoyed having you here. All right, so let me do a couple more things and then we will call it an evening. Anybody have any questions about what I've done so far? All right. Now, if you want to put in anything for contextual reasons, you can. Well, Wanda, we always enjoy having you here. Zoom in. Zoom in. So I'm going to work a little bit on the shingles, and I'm doing that because those are the next things that I want to have in to start giving me ideas for the rest of my piece. Now, whatever you visualize your shingles in, that's fine. And what I want you to notice, these are water-based markers, but when you pick them up, sometimes they tend to leave a little puddle. So you just want to tap your finger on it. And that way you won't have a bunch of weird dots on your pieces. And whatever you envision shingles to be, have at it. We could have done a really nice blue with these. Okay. Now, so I'm going to get a nice brown. Let me see here. Hold on, I need a little bit darker. You'll see why in a minute. Now, we want these shingles to look weathered. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to start to darken up some of these. But the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a secondary color to this brown. Notice how I'm going underneath and on top a little bit. To get that dimension. Everybody see how cool that's starting to look. Now again, you don't want to get in too much of a pattern. Be a little bit different as you go along. Some of them you'll fill in. Other ones you're just going to outline. Outline. And then I'm going to take a dark gray and this actually happens to be a dark brownish gray by Shuttle Art, color 145. And I'm going to dirty up some of these shingles. See that? Make it interesting. Zoom out. Guys, a lot of this coloring that I keep telling you about is to keep this from being everyday Oh yeah, that's a nice colored piece. Do something different with it. And Rhonda or Sherry, let me know if you have to leave. So do you see how I'm adding that gray to dirty it up? What do you think of that? And then this is where you would take your black and emphasize in between these shingles. Okay. And then down at the bottom. Wow, coloring with ILene in the morning. Yes, Stephanie. Like I said, I'm on a roll with this. I'm having a lot of fun. And if you want to go around any other individual shingles with your black off to the side a little bit, that's fine too. Just make sure that you don't get into a pattern. Okay? I'm going to darken up here a little bit. Okay. And notice how bold ILene keeps us off the streets and out of trouble. And who keeps me off the streets and out of trouble? I guess I keep myself off the streets because I got to be here for you. Okay. Let me color one more segment because I'm, like I said, I'm on a roll and I really want to do this. Okay. Zoom out. See how that's looking now? Zoom in. Okay, so we have another little consistency problem with the artwork. And if you'll notice, we've got some bricks right here and over here. Zoom in. But we don't have them over here. So I'm going to go ahead and draw some in. to make this look better. Hello, Ashley. And again, guys, not hard. Couple of lines, right? I missed a spot right here with black. There we go. Done. Everybody see how I'm drawing in these bricks to follow along and make this pattern work. I have no idea what this is here. Zoom in. Anybody have any questions about drawing in these bricks and why I'm doing it? Now, I gotta tell you, I love Teresa's work. Zoom out. But perspective, sometimes there's some issues. Zoom out. So these bricks right here that she drew are not really in the correct perspective with the rest of this. See how this brick is just drawn? Zoom in. See how this brick is just drawn basically in one rectangle? That's off. So we need to, you still need to follow the picture, even if it's a little wonky. And the other thing I've noticed here, we need to draw some little lines here to make this look like wood. See how the end of this wood beam is not correct from a perspective standpoint. It really isn't. But you work with it. And if we want to assume that this is wood as well, go ahead and draw in a couple lines. Okay, I'm going to assume that's a post. Drives me crazy. I'm not sure if she's meaning that this is wood, but I'm going to make it wood as well. Put in just a couple of dash lines. Everybody see that? So we've got that being wood, and we'll go ahead and draw some lines on this one. And let's see, our railing. Everybody see how I'm doing that? Zoom in. And I'm even going to go so far on these little top balls, which I can't think right now they're called. There's a name for them. Newels, I think. And I'm just going to draw a little mark here to indicate wood. Anybody have any question or why I'm doing this? Zoom out. And let me show you one more thing here too. Zoom in. Zoom in. You see this bottom part right here? We've got wood planks here on the porch, and I'm drawing them in so that it's more realistic. Okay. Zoom out. Now, if you know for sure that you're going to make your wood a wood color, and sometimes you may not. If you have a blue looking house, you may want to put it in blues. So, I know that question sounds a little weird. But this is where I'm going to tint in my browns. And I want you to do this ultra light. It's got to be just enough that it won't matter what brown you come in with. And notice I'm not even filling in the whole thing. I'm just putting in a little bit of brown so I can see what's going on here. Oh, okay, so that's a post and that's a post, hard to see. And that's a post. And that's going to be wood. I'm cutting out a little bit. Okay. Everybody see how I'm putting in just a hint of brown on these areas here to help me get a handle on what the heck is going on. Anybody have any questions about that? Because I don't know about you, but when it gets confusing like this, I've got to see what the overall deal is. Okay, so I'm just going to put a circle up here because that's a snowflake. couple of squiggle lines for wood. And then I'm going to put a light tint in brown. Sherry, you still with us? Little brown there. Okay, and now I've got another window and door. So we'll do that wood. And we'll do this frame wood. And I'm going to do this one here. Okay, zoom out. Zoom out. Do you see how marking this stuff very lightly helps? And does this make sense to you guys? Yes or no? Let me rephrase that. Would you use this method to tint some of these things when you don't know what they are? Or to try and get a handle on something? Does it make sense? Ashley says yes. Rhonda says yes. Okay. And even on that tinting, guys, I mean, I'm just doing a light vertical stroke. I'm hardly touching it. And does everybody see now that when we can see what's going on here, we can do a lot better? Okay. Let me touch on one more thing and then I will call it an evening. So I've got my brown trees, or my trees that I know are going to be brown. Now you got to be careful if you're working on this particular project with me. Be careful you don't accidentally brown up the snow, because a lot of these branches have snow on them. Zoom in. So be careful that you don't accidentally brown up your snow. See, this is snow right here on top, so we're just going to brown up a little bit here. Up. And I'm literally just doing it with a very light line. I don't even know that this is, if this is going to be the brown that I'm going to use, right? I know it'll be a brown, but you don't want to lock yourself into something that you don't like. And as Rhonda says, yeah, small sections at a time. Okay. Oh my gosh. Much better when you can see what the heck is going on here. Right? And again, I'm just calling it contextual gingerbread house. Contextual coloring. Zoom out. Zoom out. Zoom out. Okay? So now I've got an idea where my trees are and what is snow and what is tree. So I am going to wrap it up for the night. And I hope that some of these methods have helped you, or ideas. Okay? So guys, have a great rest of the evening. And I will see you tomorrow night, same time, same place. And guys, you know I can't leave you without saying joyous, joyous, joyous coloring, guys. And what do I always say? In addition to joyous, joyous coloring, what do I say after that normally? If somebody wants to type it in real quick. What do I say? I always say what? Be kind to each other, guys. And I know that you already are. All right. Love you to pieces. I had a lot of fun doing this. And I will see you tomorrow night, same place. Take it easy, guys. Bye.